land of the kings, land of
takes, bishop takes g3. Black wants to capture the bishop on d4. After bishop f6, I think this is unpleasant. Bishop takes f2, and if king takes, queen f6 check, double attack the rook and the king on f1. Yeah, perhaps to finish the line off, I have to mention then in this case, queen runs away. So d2 is hanging, and then queen a3, queen comes back, and black is in safe situation, being an exchange up. Right, so that's one of the ways to play for black. Other ways are connected with something like this. Knight c6, e3, b6, white would go knight c3, bishop b7. This being played in few games of Vladimir Kramnik, I believe, with the white pieces. So then he would take on d5, leaving black with a choice to take with the pawn, and then it would be, well, not sure. I thought to claim that it's a Queen's Indian position, which might be right, actually. Some sort of Queen's Indian structure. Okay, potentially black will have hanging pawns here. Right, or to take with the knight, entering a long and sharp variation after this one. White would go d4, rook goes to d8, a d8, knight to e5, and then, no, hang on, not knight to e5. How is that played? Oh yeah, knight e5, right. After which, once again, black has a choice. One of them is, as I said, to enter a longish variation after queen d6, d takes, queen takes, knight d7, so on, so on. I mean, it's a lot of tricks, and I think white is somewhat better in the end. And there is a very interesting possibility, which was played a few times. Queen sacrifice for only 2 minor pieces. Much better, but failed to show any plan, let's say. So what black does then, he wants to go knight c6, bishop f6, win the d4 pawn, and try to achieve some sort of yeah, you can imagine. I mean, if white play careless, if white goes something like that, I think possibly the pawn already can be taken, so that knight takes, bishop to c5. Can I do this? Not really. Here it's better for white. White will return the queen. Okay, this is the position I'm opting for with black. Bishop takes, and then if white keeps the bishop, then something like e5, and possibly I'm still not in time because there is rook c7. Okay, it means getting too far, right? Meanwhile, knight c6 was played by Harika Dronovali. So e3, I expect. You can still take on d4 here. But then, apart from taking with the pawn, I think black can take with the knight and then opt for simplifications, bishop to f6. Sooner or later, you will probably have to play d4 with white, getting symmetrical structure. That's it. So opening is pretty much covered, and now let's see how this develops. Few more moves in Stefanova's game against Muzyczuk. Knight after, yeah, wait a second, after d5, c takes, e takes, knight c3, so not e5 but knight c3, after which Muzyczuk took on e4, f e4, and bishop b4. Well, I'm wondering if white is not in trouble already. How do you protect the pawn here? Well, the thing is that after bishop d3, well, I thought knight e4 immediately is possible, which might be right. So after this, taking c3 first with a check, then go queen h4 and collect the bishop on e4. So knight e4, in case of queen e2, I'm in time to play f5, for instance. Okay, but apart from knight e4, there is castle, always, and then white's center might prove to be not protected enough. e5 might be an idea, but then after knight d5, once again, c3 is hanging, plus queen h4 is very, very unpleasant check. So I'm wondering if white is still fine in a situation like that. I mean, all those attempts to solve the issue with tactic should not really work with white being that undeveloped. Even though after a check you have to play knight c6, after d5, it does seem that black loses a piece, right? Unless there is knight takes d5. This I'm not sure. But what I can tell you, I'm sure Muzyczuk has studied all those lines carefully. Queen h4, for instance, and then you can't even play g3. I don't know if it's good to give the rook on h1, but g3 loses to this check on c3, and then black collects the queen. So a check here, and basically white is in trouble. Yeah, so probably white has to be very, very careful. Wait, this knight goes to d5. What can I do? Can't do much, really. Perhaps queen f3 once again leads into trouble. Knight takes, and if pawn takes, there is seemingly queen d4. Can't make it work. Knight e2, queen takes e5. Nothing for white, just 2 pawns down. All right, so that was it. And yeah, I'm wondering if I can compare this one with some other positions. Let's say in this case, bishop b4, f3, d5, takes, this, takes g6. I mean, very strange move order to get to this. But of course, here nobody's going to play g6. But I mean, the position we have on the board, it's more of an imzo really, with just g7, g6 being played, but white in return, well, has built the center too early, and perhaps will have to pay a price for that. Wondering if white can try to sacrifice the pawn in some way. Can't really see. So if I go here, it's knight e4. Now, and here I'm supposed to castle already. I'm supposed to castle, but I mean, with bishop on e2, I can imagine castling short and, or well, ideally with bishop on c4, castling short and having some initiative, but not here, perhaps. Right, then Ju and Jun and Tan Jong-gi was made. The queen d1, black played rook c8, and white continued with rook to e1. Of course, white wants to play e4. Not sure if immediately though, because there will be knight b4. You will have to deal with knight b4. So what black can do? Bishop e7, for instance, it's e4. Knight b4 can be answered with knight e5, right? Protecting d3. After castle, white probably goes here. I'm not sure. b4 here? e5 doesn't seem to work. Takes b2, takes e7, queen here. Yeah, there are some lines like that, but not here really, because black is just an exchange up in the final position for no obvious compensation. I think black will just castle now. Apparent bishop e7 first, and after e4 will just castle. To which it's not clear what white has to do. No wait, d5. What's d5? Does it trap the bishop? Wait, takes. Right, it wins the piece, so I cannot castle at all. Why would you allow e4 then? e4 and d5 is a threat. So you probably have to start by playing knight b4 first. But then I failed to find an answer to knight e5. Unless you are happy with this. Not sure. Say knight d7, queen d7, can this work? d5 anyway. I can't take because then d6 will be a threat, so after d5 I have to move the knight immediately, but maybe this is possible. Knight b4, knight goes to d3, d6, and well, if I take I lose. No, I actually can take with the queen, it seems. So that after that e5, knight goes to c2, black is very happy. So again, how it was: e4, knight b4, knight e5, then knight comes back. Black. Does black threaten to take? That's the question, because in this case he won't have a square for his knight. Maybe a castle first here. If a3 played, then I come back. Knight c3. I won't really take e5 here, but I'll go knight a5 and then put a knight on b3. So white is not in time by one tempo, it seems. I mean, white has to go e4 anyway. It's the only plan. So I'm somewhat surprised, I would say. Well, meanwhile, Stefanova made a move against Muzichuk. It was bishop d3, and Anna instantly replied with c5, making it half an hour difference on the clock after only 8 moves. So not even taking this one on e4, but playing c5, so that after d5 perhaps the bishop is protected, which is maybe important. Takes here. Bishop takes. Wait, what happens if I probably give a check immediately? Give a check here. I don't see what's the problem for black in this line. Black simply seems to be better. A pawn up and no obvious threats to black's king. It's actually white's king which is more exposed. Right. Well, Dzagnidze and Harika still in well-known position. It's just that both of them spent some time. Bit surprising that it's Nana Dzagnidze who spent more time reaching this position. Alexandra Kostyniuk and Ni Shitsun also played few moves. To rook e1, knight d7 was played. Bishop f3, knight d went to f6, after which white played c4. h6 was played and b3. So as I said, white plans on building some position with bishop b2. Well, in this case, the way it's played in the game, in this case, white's queen is somewhat on the way of his rooks. So assume black plays bishop f5, for instance, bishop b2, and something like queen d7. Then you would like to have this queen somewhere else, but not on d1. Maybe this move to get it on f4. Well, I think I like Kostyniuk's strategy. So, opting for a longer game, avoiding theoretical lines. White is still somewhat more pleasant. I mean, no big advantage, of course, but somewhat more pleasant position for white. Plus, yeah, as it turns out, her opponent was not ready for this setup, so already 20 minutes of advantage on the clock. Bishop f5 played. Well, now no developments in any game for quite some time. I apologize, but I really have to disappear for a couple of minutes, so we'll be back sooner than ever.
ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان ای مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان سبزی صد چمن سرخی خون من سپیدی طلوع سحر به پرچمت نشسته شرح این عاشقی ننشیند در سخن بمان که تا ابد هستیم به هستی تو بسته ای ایران ایران دور از دامان پاکت دست دگران بدگوهران ای عشق سوزان ای شیرین ترین رویای من تو بمان در دل و جان ای ایران ایران گلزار سبزت دور از تاراج خزان جور زمان مهر رخشان ای روشنگر دنیای من به جهان تو بمان در روح و جان من میمانی ای وطن به زیر پا فتدان دلی که بهر تو نلرزد.
So, people, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Well, sorry for this interruption, but I'm back and no major things happen. Zhu and Jung played e2, e4, which was expected anyway, and now I'm wondering what's Black's plan is. Yeah, since we all realized that d4, d5 is a threat, particularly after castle short, then, well, it's not that easy for Black to find the move. Yeah, that was my attempt. Knight b4, knight e5, and then, no, knight c6 is really silly. So I take this one back, but probably now I can castle. So d5 is not dangerous. I go back, heading to a5 as well. Still possible. I'm sure that's still a theoretical position. It's just that I have no idea whatsoever how to play this one. Because, well, I never played a lot of Catalan with the black pieces, right? And with this kind of positions, I usually would go knight a3. Actually, I mentioned few moves here, right? Moves so that after cd4, knight c4, white gets, later on plays knight e5, gets compensation. You can play tricky move knight e5 here, so on, so on. And even this ending is not entirely harmless. If you take on c5, Black usually would take d1, rook d, bishop takes, white goes knight d2, c3, pawn takes, castles, and then this one is also possible to play for win with white. So I don't know really the theory of this line, but I'm sure it exists. Then what else we should check? Kostyniuk and Ni Shitsung pretty much getting the position I was talking about. Rook b8 was played, however, to protect the pawn on b7, so in case of knight's retreat, the pawn won't be hanging. And white plays h4, so perhaps Black was planning to go knight g5. This might as well be. White plays h4, covering the g5 square. Possibly, under some circumstances, white can get very active on the king side, play g4, g5, but so far I don't see this one happening. It's more of a practical move, covering g5, maybe, in fact, not g4, but g3, the modest one. g3, knight on f4, keeping everything very, very solid. Right, and then Harika went b6, and Nana Zagnidze replied with d2, d4, which seems to be, well, not sure. This is probably not a great idea because of white. Yeah, my point is that as Black, I don't want really to put the bishop on b7 anymore, which would transpose more or less. Yeah, it still would not, though. Yeah, because what do you do with white now? If you take d5, I guess Black simply takes with the knight. Maybe bishop b7 is good enough. What I'm thinking, perhaps bishop can go to a6 as well, putting some pressure on c4, in case if white captures, Black has enough time to take on e1. In case of a capture here, keeping in needs a draw only. She might go for something like that, trying to simplify the position, even though bishop c5 seems to be also perfectly fine. Yeah, you can't do much about those simplifications with white. Look, for instance, knight e5, knight e5, bishop takes, and then must be some ways to equalize with Black without sacrificing material, but I think even this one should work. Now, in case of queen d8, black takes with the rook, and this is far from being clear. So black gets a pawn for an exchange, plus light squares, while white is still not fully developed. Right, so even this one is possible. I would still try to keep the tension for a little bit longer, like to play knight c3 first. Right, so we shall see. C takes. I assume it's E takes in this case. Maybe that's the way to go for black. So C takes, E takes. Now I can't really... Yeah, CD4 played. Now if E takes, black can play bishop A6. And this version of hanging pawns, and I believe there will be hanging pawns sooner or later, say after knight E5, I probably go knight A5. Once again, once again hitting the pawn on C4. Rook C8 is on its way. This version of hanging pawns, somehow, for this version, white's pieces are strangely placed. What this guy is doing on G2, I'm still not sure. I mean, this is a normal setup, right? Bishop on D3, knight on E5, then C4 is well protected. Other knight would probably go to D2 to protect it one more time. With bishop on G2, bishop is not doing all that much. C D4 played. Knight D4 is of course another option. Knight takes. Now you can take with the pawn, but once again, the simpler it gets, the easier it is for black to equalize. Knight D2, perhaps, rook C8, and it's black who already has started pressing the pawns. Zagnidze took with the knight, so first step in this direction. I don't see really any reasons for black not to take on d4. You probably might play bishop b7, but why not to take? And if the queen takes, could this be somewhat unpleasant? I don't know. Bishop b7, knight c3, I still cannot take. Maybe that's the idea. All right, and well, we have one more game, Stefanova against Muzychuk, where Muzychuk is still in her book, it seems, which is expected when it's only move number 10, while Stefanova spent 40 minutes. So after c5, a3 was played, bishop c3, bc3, and c takes d4. Which still leaves me puzzled what's wrong with knight takes e4 here. Do I blunder something simple? Well, perhaps in this case, white can try for the pawn sack. Knight c3, I mean, it's not one pawn, it's actually many pawns. Knight c3, queen b3 or c2, queen c2, for instance. Black takes, white castles. This, by the way, might be somewhat unpleasant for black, because you will have to castle, and then those dark squares. I mean, I don't know, at least for a practical game, I can imagine white having serious initiative. I don't know. Once again, so c takes is, of course, perfectly fine move. After c takes, you still have a chance to take on e4, right? Or you will castle first, after which d4 is hanging as well as e4 is hanging. You do have a move to protect both, but then bishop g4, for instance. I mean, it's all quite sharp. It's all quite sharp. Now, actually, I'm not sure if black's position is all that great. This... I take with the queen, right? Black gives a check. And I don't have bishop e3. It's a disaster. No, even this one doesn't work. Well, I don't see any normal way for white. I mean, any way which is promising. So this game might finish not even being started. To remind you, it's the game where Stefanova has to play for a win at any cost. It's not only that she has to get a normal position. So far, I don't see an equality for white. Again, CD4. Don't know if I have to mention that queen d4, of course, runs into bishop b5 check. Looks like I can take this one still. After queen e2, I'll go f5. I don't know how dangerous this one, for black this one is. Maybe this is possible to play for white. I don't think an immediate capture leads anywhere. After queen e7, it's opposite colored bishops on the board and black has little to worry about. But maybe after f5, white simply will play knight to f3, castle short, and try to claim this is enough of compensation. Maybe that's the way. So c takes. Still wondering what black has to do. Probably has to castle, really. Again, knight f3, bishop to g4. Castle. My attempt to castle with white failed, but maybe this is sort of acceptable. Now again, black also has to be careful. The price of each move is quite high. If you are not in time to create any threats against white's center, then, I mean, if you are not in time to win basically one of those pawns, you do create threats against the center, but white keeps protecting it. On the other hand, let's think what could be an alternative for white, because Stefanova is thinking in this position. If you are sure about cd3, you just play the move and you start thinking after black's response, because black, as I said, black has alternatives himself. Right, so it's probably white who has a choice here, even though I don't really see what could be a move. Something like e5. Is that realistic? So white plays e5. Feels absolutely wrong, to be honest. Play knight f3 as well, and then castle. So I don't really think queen e7 has to be considered. It's probably knight d5 move, after which cd4 seemed to work, by the way. I thought of this check, but then it's g3. Then it's g3. Ah, maybe that's the trick. Wait, I take here, and after e5, I still go knight e4. Maybe that's the trick. So what's now? If white takes, it's a check, takes the bishop. Again, black seems to be very happy with what has happened. Knight e4. So c d4. Again, I cannot take with the queen because of this check from b5, but I can give a check myself. Wow, g3 is only legal move. I can take g3, but this looks dangerous. Knight f3, queen has to go to h5, and rook g1. This is probably something white would not really mind. Knight here. Even if it's objectively good for black, at least there is some fight, right? So white still keeps the central pawns, white is better developed. If someone would tell me that this is not a computer analysis for black, if black doesn't know next 10 moves, then I would be very happy with this position. Okay. Yeah, but what is purely wrong is to spend really a lot of time in this position. You just have to come up with some decision, because if you will say, oh well, And does she hear me really? Because she just played the move, knight f3. So sacrificing a second pawn, but making sure white will be able to castle. Well, something really surprising happens in the game of Tan Zhongyi. I have no explanation to that one, so I just have to switch. And after e4 castles, black castled, then white obviously played d5, and on next move white will play d6. Looks like a piece blunder to me. Takes. But Tan Zhongyi reacted quickly, so I'm still not sure what it was. E takes, e takes. What to do now? Maybe she really blundered the piece and only now she realized it's, hang on a second. Or it can be other way around, it can be a brilliant sacrifice of which I am simply not aware. Knight b4 played. Wait. Guys, wait. Knight b4, d6, black will take. After takes, black will go knight c2. And it's actually quite a complex position. Because black takes the rook on a1, I assume. Wait a sec. Knight c3 or bishop g5. No. Okay, that's something black wants. So I just stop after d5 for some reason. So not realizing that it's not a piece up, but quite a complex position. Basically, black will take the rook on a1 and will be an exchange up in this moment, but knight on a1 is likely to be lost. Still looks quite promising for white, I must say. This, and then I would really try to win some other piece, so this knight will stay on the board, but something else will be lost. I don't know, knight c3, knight c2, and say rook somewhere, like e7. Can I play rook e7? This looks this looked promising until I understood I'm not really threatening much. Black plays the move with the bishop and I'm really in trouble. All of a sudden I'll finish with white being an exchange down. Well, but if d6 doesn't work, I mean, there isn't any other move, it seems. Knight e5. Is knight e5 a move? Well, maybe. But then bishop f5, there is no d6. Knight c2 is threatening, and so does knight d3. Knight to c6. And then, yeah, then it's quite tricky. Yeah, that might be the line, actually, after knight c6. I mean, if I take, then pawn takes. That's one critical position. Not sure if black will be able to win this pawn on c6, right? There is the other one where black can take, pawn takes, and then to go knight c2, for instance. Once again, getting something unclear. Winning the rook on a1, but meanwhile, white will say this line, queen d1, rook d1, knight a1, and knight b5, for instance. Black is a piece up, but of course this c pawn is very, very dangerous. Right, then it's a normal game. And I thought black got something confused, but no. That was pretty much her idea to go for this position. d5 takes, and knight b4. Again, let's try d6 takes, queen takes, knight c2. I can ensure actually winning the knight on c2 by playing bishop d2, let's say, and or should I do it either way around? Yeah, knight a3. Let's go knight a3. So 91, 91 looks fine for white. As long as black doesn't have b4, white should be fine. So it's two minor pieces against rook and a pawn, which is materially more or less equal. Hang on, something like that. So there might be still some tactic, you know. Right, but let's agree that this one is sort of acceptable for white. So that black has to play knight takes a1, after which bishop d2. Knight is seemingly trapped on a1, and once again we'll have more or less the same material. So that's the critical line perhaps, because bishop f4 or knight, no, bishop f4 drops the pawn, bishop f4 is not possible. Knight e5 I was playing, right, because knight d3 you have to protect against. Okay, so this might be very sharp. Well, theoretically speaking, we might be left without tie breaks for tomorrow. I'm thinking if this is won by Zhu and Jun, and well, here, as for the moment, after 10 moves, it's perhaps too early, but it doesn't look like Stefanova will equal the score as for now. And then if, say, Kostyuk wins, who has somewhat more pleasant position, and if Zagnides, okay, too many ifs again. Of course there is mathematically possible set of results after which there is no tiebreak. It's just what I mean, it's not likely to have, let's say, all the tiebreaks, right? So maybe one match will go to tiebreak for tomorrow. Right, Muzychuk, meanwhile, simply took the pawn on c3 after white's knight f3, dc3 played. I guess white will continue with castle. Doesn't really look like it makes sense to try to stop black's castle, right? You do have a move bishop h6, after which black cannot castle short, but probably he doesn't need to. He can... He's two pawns up after all, so knight c6, castles, bishop e6, let's say. If needed, black can run away this side, give a check, and then castle long. Well, Antoanetta, though, played queen c2. So she wants to take this pawn immediately. All right, so in case of a castle, she wants to take and put the bishop on b2, which is understandable. But I don't think black actually gives this pawn back that easily. Black has queen a5 as an idea, which probably has to be played. Queen a5, I don't really see what to... Aha, bishop g5 is the move with the tempo. Maybe that's what she wants. Something like that. Bishop g5. Still looks, pardon me, but this looks very good for black. Don't really understand what's going on. Knight d7. Well, probably you do win this pawn back after rook c1, you know, queen takes, and even you have some compensation with white because of this dark square bishop, but still. Right. Meanwhile, what is happening there? Kostyuk against Ni Shizun. After queen d7, yeah, after h4, queen d7 was played. I was looking at this move, right? Queen c1, again. That was checked. Bishop to h7. Somewhat puzzling, because I kind of thought that bishop g4 was a possibility. Well, I thought so, but now I realize it was a mistake, because, well, takes on g4 is kind of less clear, because black can take, after f3 can go here, and it's probably still nothing. Takes on knight g4, there is queen f4. Right, so an attempt to swap a piece, and I think it's even better for white to take e4 and then go f3. So an attempt to swap a piece would lead to material gains for white. So therefore, bishop h7, queen gets to f4, and white's next couple of moves, if allowed, would be rook e3 and other rook to e1, after which white gets quite a serious pressure, I must say. And here, once again, white's time advantage gets visible. It's more than half an hour of extra time for Alexandra Kostyniuk, for ex-world champion, which, in addition to somewhat more pleasant for white position, gives her very good chance. I mean, basically, sooner or later, black will have to take care of this knight, which is not easy. You cannot really retreat it because bishop f6. Something like g5, even though theoretically possible, but looks almost suicidal, right? You're opening the diagonal for this b2 bishop, which has no opposition. I'm not sure of queen h2, obviously, but looks quite nice for white. You can play queen f5. Maybe that's the way. Queen f5, trying to swap queens. Then say if white takes, kills rook e3. This might be simply not enough. b6, rook e1, and I'm not sure, knight c5, for instance. Because now with queens being swapped, to double the pawns on f6 doesn't seem to be of such a great importance. Might be wrong though. Takes. If black takes here, white can take c5 seemingly and go rook e7. And this I don't know, for instance, what happens in this case. Or other pawn takes. Right, I mean, if white tries to slow play it, black will have absolutely decent position after king f8, but maybe white can go for something forcing, like takes, bishop c2, I don't know, rook c7, a5 is hanging. If you play a5, a7 is hanging. If you play a5, then bishop d5 might be unpleasant. It's clear that white has the initiative. So that only means that even if black tries to swap queens, it does not guarantee him an easy life. Okay, so what is the situation after 1 hour of play? Zhu and Jun is still thinking here to go or not to go d6. Muzichuk is 2 pawns up, where Stefanova's compensation for those 2 pawns is well, debatable, to put it mildly. And then, yeah, Kostyniuk's position I've already described as being somewhat better for white. And then Zagnidze and Harika, that's what happens. He takes, knight takes, bishop b7 was played, knight c3. Seems like there must be the way for black to neutralize white's pressure, even though I'm not entirely sure. Maybe knight a5 is needed, so that the bishop on b7 will be protected and white will be threatening to take on c4. This, I assume, is nothing serious. Knight takes, bishop takes. Doesn't look like anything serious. There is knight f5 though. Now ef5 and white takes d5, that must be a huge advantage, so you probably have to play, well, you can play bishop g2, after which queen g4 is there, targeting g7, well, gets messy by the way. Case of bishop f6. Yeah, maybe this works for black. Bishop f6. EF5 comes in with the tempo if you try rook d1, for instance, and too many things hanging for black. And in this case, knight g7 to answer bishop b2 with knight e6 and at least to win the queen. In this case, after knight g7, there must be some intermediate moves like bishop h3 or f3. Perhaps bishop f3. Right, so this all-in attack doesn't seem to work. Knight f5, bishop g2, queen g4 is not likely to work for white, and therefore you probably have to go for knight e7, queen e7, king g2, after which black should be able to protect. Well, Harika took on d4, and white took with a queen. I don't see this one being a long game from now on because, yeah, bishop c5. It's either black will get into trouble quickly because of some pins, and, well, it's only dynamic factors which are in white's favor, or other way around. If there is no way to achieve something for white, then it will be simplified very soon. After another 10 moves, everything will be clarified. So it cannot be really a long game, which I claim to be Nana's intentions, let's say, right from the opening. And it should have been if black, say, would play d4, right? That's another story. So semi-closed center, and this normally postpones the fight. But the way it turns in the game, it might as well be decided within the next dozen of moves. Right, so I think, well, I can't really claim that the opening stage is over everywhere, but we have to make breaks from time to time, so I go for my first official break. There was unofficial, which lasted only a couple of minutes, I suppose. Now it's my first official break, so 10 up to 15 minutes, tea time, and I'll be back, and I hope during this break there will be some moves played in all of the games. everybody. To remind you, it's day 2 of the quarterfinals, second games. Well, it's been awfully long break, but well, luckily I'm back from that one, and let me try to catch up with the positions. Let me try to find out what has happened here. Luckily, all the games are still in progress, at least. Right, the position I have on my analysis board is from the game of Nana Dzagnidze and Harika Dranavalis. So let me check what's going on here. Bishop c5, and not so many moves we've missed. Queen went to d3, bishop to a6, and rook f to d1. Can black take over here? I mean, you probably move the queen with white to e2, for instance. Then black moves the queen himself. Then I want to play bishop b7, obviously, in case of, yeah, and by the way, I protect the bishop on a6. So in this case, I think I can take on b3, intermediate. After queen f3, though, I probably don't like the resulting position. Queen takes, queens are getting exchanged, a b3. White is exchange up for only one pawn. No, this is not the way. Rook c8 tends to be the way to play, or at least Harika decided for this to be the way, but then I'm curious to see what she's planning to play after queen c2 or even queen b1, because now white has how many? 4 attacks on d5, right? You can't really, I mean, there are no pins anymore, so you can't really hold the pawn with tactical means. Well, you do, by the way. There is bishop b4, and still the pawn is pinned. But it feels like it will fall apart sooner or later. Wait. What happens if I go queen c2 instead of queen b1? Then again, you probably play bishop b4. And say I go a3. So that if black takes, I'll take with what? Say with the queen. And then black is in time to play queen e7, where the pin is still there. Well, strangely, I can't find it. I mean, I feel it has to be, it doesn't have to work. It doesn't have to work for black, but wait, if I do this again, bishop b4, and then a3, for instance, black takes, white takes, and then I want to take f6 and to take d5. And this looks like black's resources are gone. Even though, yeah, and I don't even have queen e7 with black because of bishop b4. This looks unpleasant. So it might be that Harika is getting in a sort of a trouble. Right, so let's check the other games. Kostyniuk against Ni Shizun. I think Kostyniuk's position is still better. 2 bishops against knight and bishop, and ending, and possibly white will be able to squeeze something out of it. But I think she missed something. After queen f4 and b6, white played somewhat straightforward. So the knight brought the knight to d5, knight b4, a5, knight d5, which allowed simplifications, and it allowed black to somehow solve the problem of those 2 knights hanging, queen f5, and this is how we get the position on the board. But there was g4 here. The move I was kind of curious about, with the point being that I really want to play g5. You can't play knight c5 because f6 is hanging. So after g4, perhaps g5 would have been the move for black. after which I take. Black probably takes with the pawn, no other moves. And, well, and I probably have to go to h2. I don't know if it works, but hang on a second. Knight g4 here, in this case. Well, it feels almost there. I mean, even can be considered, but not quite. Well, maybe queen h5 is something very annoying. Queen h5, so that in case of knight f6, this seems to win. Simply bishop takes, followed by queen g5. Yeah, if there is no knight f6, then black is certainly in trouble. Knight is hanging on g4. Same goes for knight on e4. Plus this bishop, this diagonal, I mean, looks really threatening. One day, white might have some ideas with king g2 and rook h1. That was quite promising. After knight e2, knight c5 was played. After rook e2, knight c5 was played. Rook a went to e1, where black took on e2 and played king f8. Black is still not ready to go rook e8 because of bishop takes g7. What does this king f8 do? This way black protects e7 square, so the rook cannot go to e7. Well, won't be all that easy for white to get through. I'm thinking what white has to do. I mean, basically what you want here, you want to open up the position, you want to grab as much space as possible. So maybe g4 is not a bad idea for this matter. Then black has a choice. One thing to do is to keep the bishop on this diagonal so that c2 is targeted. But then you probably have no hope of playing rook e8 in the nearest future, so that white can, well, possibly play, I don't know if g5 is an interesting move, or because yeah, you don't have rook e8 and you're unlikely to have it. Alternatively, if you go to d7, you will play rook e8, but then my c2 pawn is not pressed, and once again I can try for something. I can play bishop d4 maybe. In this case I'll just take, bishop takes, then a3, b4. So it's clear it's white who is trying. White played a2, a3 first, more or less opting for the same ideas, but then I'm wondering, yeah, maybe you don't need g4 now, I realize. a3, still rook e8 is not there. On bishop d7, I guess white goes b4, takes, takes, and yeah, particularly after bishop d7, whenever you place this knight, it will be sorts of awkward. Knight a4, bishop d4, then knight has no moves at all. Knight a6 looks even worse. It's either bishop c3 or c2 c3, because this bishop will be played to c1. Maybe in this particular case white can even keep the rooks on the board, you know. Rook d2, not that the bishop is all that great, but nowadays knight on a6. But anyway, it looks like being a more or less quiet ending, and I don't see anything happening in the nearest future. Well, there is a lot going on in this game, Zhu Wenjun against Tan Zhongyin. Right, after knight b4 and knight e5, bishop f5 was played, after which Zhu Wenjun played g4, bishop c2, queen f3, and now, well, somewhat puzzling move, bishop e4. It doesn't look all that bad for black. For instance, if I'd play knight d3, So that if knight takes, I don't know if cd3 is a good idea, but simply bishop d3 looks playable. Don't see much of a trouble. I mean, at least the bishop is very nice on d3. Black played bishop e4, which means after rook e4, knight e4, he has to have some plan, right? I mean, queen e4 will obviously be captured, after which, for the moment, white has, well, material advantage, and I don't see really what black's plan is, what black is planning to do. Oh, it's somewhat strange, really. No knight c2, right? Maybe this is what she wants. Bishop f6, trying to use the e-file somehow. Even though, particularly after bishop f6, I can simply play knight c3 in Sims and play... Probably I can play f4. Quite an interesting moment, look. Jun is sitting, and she still did not play queen takes e4. So I'm wondering what's the problem with this move. Can there be any other tactic? No, queen e4 is played. Queen e4 is played, and I don't see what black's idea is after queen takes e4. Meanwhile, not to forget, we have one more game in which Antonetta Stefanova has to take revenge in order to postpone the decision of her match against Muzichuk to a tiebreak tomorrow, after she lost game 1. And yeah, what we've seen was queen c2. Here we left the position. Bishop g4 was played. I thought queen a5, but no, Muzichuk decided otherwise. Bishop g4. After which white castled, knight b to d7, queen takes c3, rook c8, and queen b4 played. So what goes on now? Black can swap the queens, and probably should do so. After which I'm not sure what white is doing, because if you take, black seemingly can't take with the knight, knight e5. This looks really unpleasant. The bishop is hanging, so does the knight on f6. After knight d7, bishop b2, I don't see the way to keep the material balance for black. There isn't any, perhaps. Wait. Is there a threat? On the other hand, is there a threat? Maybe white can simply, maybe black can simply play castle. Kind of cannot believe this holds, but looks like it does. Wait, knight d7. What if it's not knight, if it's not bishop b2? This also doesn't seem to work. Bishop g5. Or it does. Yeah, bishop g5 seems to work. Attacking the knight on f6. In case of knight e5, there is bishop f6, knight d3, bishop h8, extra exchange for white. All right, so with all the above being said, it's a check, after which queen takes, and black will have to take with the pawn. And maybe black is, in terms of making a draw, maybe black's position is just fine, because he will castle next move. Those pawns of the queen side are likely to come off sooner or later. But e4 is weak as well, so I think queen b6 will be played, and black will have decent chances to hold. I'm wondering if there is any other move for black, because you can't really castle. White is basically threatening to go bishop g5 or bishop b2. In both cases, something will start to be hanging, unless you can really play knight c5. So you should be looking for a move with a tempo, but then again, you're kind of entering something you don't really want. Check from here after bishop e2. You know, there might be some moves for white. Even if I play bishop h6, then it doesn't look like you are swapping queens anymore. I know, you do. Queen b6, right? Maybe knight c5 is the move then. Okay, what's going on in the other games? Because here what Tan Zhongyi did was bishop c6. Yeah, so the knight on e4, pardon, bishop d6. Knight on e4 was taken. Black played bishop d6, after which knight c6 looks possible. Is it? Not really. Rook takes, pawn takes, and rook c8. And then rook e1, and this will be very unpleasant. Hang on. First I have to go knight c3 perhaps, but then rook e8 is coming. Well, can that be a brilliant combination by Tan Zhongyi? That's really a question. Hang on, if I do this, on the other hand, knight d3 perhaps, when knight takes, this can be tricky. Pawn takes, the bishop is hanging. If I go knight c3, it's again this rook e8. I mean, I don't know how dangerous this one is, for instance. Check here, bishop f1, some queen h4. This can be right, so let me try to understand what's the threat for black. Black wants to take on e5 and play knight c2 if I capture with the queen, right? Black wants to play rook e8 and play f6. Yeah, it's trickier than I thought originally. a3 again, knight here, knight takes, rook e8, I guess. Have to move the queen somewhere, like queen f3 takes, and the rook e1 is a threat, plus the bishop is hanging, so the only move is bishop d2. After which, it might be that this is still possible. I'm not sure. Or maybe to start with queen h4, h3, and then let's say I go here, white takes, it's a check, rook c1, queen takes d3. And this is one strange position because, well, probably a bad position for black. I just thought white is unlikely to unpin in the nearest future, but sooner or later he will do. King g2. Too much of a material for white. So one day I might, you know, grab the b5 and then give the knight on b1. Okay, but still no move as for now from Zhu Wenjun. She's on half an hour while her opponent is her opponent still has 50 minutes, so some advantage in time for black, but it's clear both players are out of the book. White played bishop d2 immediately, which makes me wonder what's the plan then after, say, bishop e. Couple of interesting moves for black, one of them being rook e8. In this case, probably white will have to play f4. Can't think of anything else. Because if you take here, black simply takes on e5 with the rook. This is unpleasant. Probably f4 needed. But then you might be getting into trouble. Knight d3. with some queen b6 ideas, this dynamics might work for black. Not entirely sure of bishop d2. Again, rook d8. Do I have anything else? Even some moves like knight f7 I can consider. So that if black takes, it's knight d8, and it's such a mess I can't really understand. There might be some knight c2 later on, but for the moment I probably take g4, right? Seemingly threatening knight c2. So, but there is knight b7 attacking the bishop. This I was not happy with, maybe without much of a reason, because I can take, go knight c6 and then develop. Maybe this also works for white just well, but possibly knight b7 is just a better move. Knight c2, knight d6, and white already has 3 pieces for a rook. So even if he loses a1, I mean, you can have some really weird position. Say knight c3, so you have to take the rook, and then knight d6 takes b5. Weird, but I mean weird material, but should be absolutely winning for white. Okay, so that's complex enough. Still no move from Muzychuk against Stefanova. Well, we did get this ending in Kostyniuk against Ni Shizun, so that a3, bishop d7, b4 was played, a takes, and indeed black went knight a6. Probably black decided he needs a tempo in order to play rook e8 and swap the rooks. So I'm really wondering if white can play c3 and after this not to take. Because generally speaking, it's of course nice if you manage to keep the rooks on the board, even though I'm thinking now bishop c1, you probably have to take, have to move the knight to b8 and something like this. This also looks very, very pleasant for white. Okay. In the game of Dzagnidze and Harika, after rook c8, queen b1, queen e7, I thought it was already possible to take on e5, but Nana Dzagnidze played a2, a3. Keeping the tension, it seems, because she wants b4, right? dc4 doesn't really work because of b4, and in case of bishop d6, it's b5. White wins a piece this way. After bishop b7, there is bishop takes b7. So she wants b4 and then to take on d5. Well, seems like she's getting realistic chances. No doubt white must be better in the resulting position after he wins the pawn. Perhaps black will have some compensation. Well, I'm wondering what would have happened in this case. Perhaps pawn takes, knight takes, knight takes. Still looks perfect for white. I'm not sure if she was afraid of bishop e3, which is hard to believe. Check. Say king h1. Probably this is better for white anyway. But it might as well be that a3 is simply a better move. All right, and still no move from Anna Muzychuk. So, what do we have after 2 hours of play? Zhu and Jun, I think, objectively must be close to winning, even though the position is very complex still. Muzychuk should go for queen's exchange, after which there is enough compensation for white not to be worse, but I don't see Stefanova winning this one. And nice pressure for Kostyniuk. She just played c2, c3, restricting the knight so it gets stuck on a6. right, and somewhat more pleasant position for Nana Zagnidze against Harika Dronavali. So there might be some tie breaks tomorrow. One of them, it's not entirely, well, impossible that Nana Zagnidze will win the game, and then this will be a tiebreak. Nana played all the tiebreaks, right? Or no, it was the other way around. Harika played all the tiebreaks. Nana surprisingly played the tiebreak in round 1, and it was quite tough for her. Okay, so again, the moment where they are not making moves, and I'll run away quickly for another 5 minutes, but we'll be back right after. So, welcome back again. Have to apologize for too many breaks, but, you know, for some reason I don't really feel particularly well today, so I have to make those breaks from time to time. Anyway, now it seems not a single move being played during this short break. Once again, let me try to understand what goes on in the game of our top seed, because so far I'm not quite sure. Wait. First of all, what happens after the most straightforward attempt? So I take e5. I assume if white takes on b4, I can either take this one. I mean, this looks promising. I can take b2, for instance, so that if white takes f8, black takes f8, this looks winning for black simply. Black wins the whole rook. White can, of course, play something like bishop b2. But once again, this is at least very promising. If not to say winning, this is at least very promising for black. Say rook to e8. And then it's sort of funny. Queen d4. Threatening mate in 1. After this, white gets developed and probably has better prospects, but after queen d4 there is this annoying move, rook e1. You will have to play bishop f1, after which black takes on c3, and it turns out you can't take with the knight, you have to take with the queen. And here you go, that's a pin on back rank. Basically you just play rook d1 and queen d5 next, or in this case first swap the rooks, take on d5. It's black who is better. So at least this line works for black. Bishop e5, and probably I have to take the bishop, not the knight on b4, after which black plays knight c2. This should be good for white, but honestly I don't really see how. Meanwhile, perhaps I have to mention one more motive. After rook e8, well, here I have queen c3, which is, by the way, is not clear because of knight d5. All right, after rook e8, what I wanted to mention that probably this should be good for white as well. So 3 minor pieces against the queen, but the king is well protected and a strong passed pawn on d5. If white finishes the development, which I think he does, well, this is probably a critical line. Queen e2, so now if the queen gets to first rank, white will be really uncomfortable, but seemingly white has knight c3, queen takes b2, is answered with rook b1, queen c2, and then, well, already looks like white is stable enough. Probably d6 can be played, or bishop e4 if needed, d6. Yeah, this looks nice for white. All right, so again, bishop e5 doesn't seem to work. There is rook e8, as I mentioned, after which f4 really looks risky. Okay, let me try again. Knight d3. If white goes knight c3, then it's a check from here. After bishop e3, I can play bishop c5. And somewhere this pin might also work. Now it got me confused, because it might be that it's white who is in trouble after rook e8, unless I miss some of... I was trying knight f7, now I remember, yeah, so that if rook takes knight d8 in this line, white had good position. But after knight f7, I'm not forced to take, right? I'm not forced to take on e4. I can try king f7. then queen h7, and it's a mess. Now an exchange up for black. Maybe there is no mess. Maybe it's just very good for black. Queen f6, rook h8 to follow. But then I'm puzzled what's the idea behind bishop d2, because it was possible to go a3. Bishop d2, rook e8. This, I think did I try this one? Not yet, perhaps. No, but here it's rook e5, right? It's just game over, because it looks like take b4 next. Queen d4 though, and then I go queen f6, threatening rook e1 practically to any single move. In case of bishop c3, there is still rook e1 if I want, or there is bishop c5. Might be problematic for white after rook e8. At least I don't see what Jun is planning. Black is thinking already for a very long time. Well, Muzichuk came up with solution. After queen b4, she actually took on f3. Rook takes f3 was played, and black played knight e5. This is an attempt to solve all the problems at once, but what happens after bishop b5 will be my question. White doesn't really have too many alternatives. To queen b5 there is knight d7, after which black will be able to castle, as well as queen b6 is a threat to swap queens. But bishop b5, say knight d7, and then, well, there is a threat after knight d7. If I don't play rook f1, if I play some other move, well, there isn't. I thought there was a threat. Hang on. Yeah, this is also possible. Honestly, I don't quite like what Anna Muzichuk did. There is also bishop b2 here, for instance. So if you take, white takes, the rook is hanging, you still cannot castle. Check here doesn't really help, it's king h1. All that looks quite risky. Maybe the point is that she wants to play knight c6. But again, I don't understand. Then black, no, knight c6, bishop b2 is probably lost simply. Fail to understand what's the idea. Bishop b5. Now, probably has to be knight f6 to d7. All right, in case of bishop b2, what do I do? Queen there is lost, right? Bishop e5. After queen e5, it's this check. King takes and pretty much anything. Rook f7, followed by rook f1. You're not losing on a spot, you can swap queens, but anyway, this position is something you don't like to play. So I'm trying to... Bishop f3, rook f3, it's a bit too late to go for queens exchange, because takes bishop b2, you're losing material. King e7, now the rook comes to f1. Which is kind of sad for black. So knight e5, wait, check here. Knight fd7, and I said bishop b2. Where black still can't castle, black can't play queen e7. f6 is a possibility, but do you really like the resulting position? I'm not sure. Not to mention that white is not forced to give an exchange anymore. No, you probably have to take f3, after which gf3 happens. The rook is hanging. You can give a check, king h1. but then it looks all bad. Then it looks all bad, because after rook g8, I mean, I don't know, maybe black is still alive in the position like that. But this looks very, very dangerous to me. You know, rook d6, or I would be really, really scared here. Right, then Kostyniuk against Ni Shekun, switching to this one. I think those two will have no trouble reaching the time control. After c3, rook e8, Alexandra simply took on e8, played bishop e2. The knight went to b8, and white eventually played g4. Not a pleasant task for black, so 2 bishops plus a lot of space advantage for white. Of course, black can try to claim that there is not much going on, simply play f6, king to e7, you know, knight to d7, and might be not all that easy to break through with white. But it's clear white will try this one, try to play this one for a win for a very, very long time. Then Zagnidze against Harika. After a3, rook fd8, c takes d5, e takes d5. White still can try to take the pawn on d5. I think there might be some miscalculation. I mean, probably there was some miscalculation by the Zagnidze, because now I realize that after b4, which was perhaps the original plan, b4, bishop d6, and knight e5, knight d5, but well, d4 looks possible. So that if you take bishop takes, black has no problem whatsoever. You have to take on c5, after which black takes c3. I don't know, rook d8, maybe queen d8, bishop c3, rook c5. And you are better with white, but it's not all that much, nothing to compare with an extra pawn from the other line. If I take d5 immediately, now it doesn't seem to work. Unless this line, bishop d5, then black can take e3. This will lead to a trouble for white, I believe. You have to go to a light square, after which takes, bishop b7. Black looks, I mean, it's definitely a compensation and more for black. So if white is not lost immediately, that's already a huge achievement, which he probably is. Well, Tanjongi just played rook e8. Now I'm wondering what will be the move for Zhu and Zhu. Either I missed something, and it must be simple, because all those complicated lines I more or less checked, or she missed this idea with rook e8, rook takes e5, and so on, and then it will only mean that white got into trouble. No move from Stefanova still, and the official side suggests it's less than 10 minutes for her left after 16 moves only. Well, nothing can be changed quickly in the game of Kostyniuk and Ni Shitsun, and actually g5, I'm not sure if it's such a great idea. Well, I understand what black wants. So if white captures g5 and goes bishop c1, black wants f6, so that after f4 he will take, and okay, reduced number of pawns, and we'll keep everything on one wing, let's say. But the bad thing about g5 is actually that white can play f4 immediately, and I won't really like to see this one on the board being black, because f6 is no longer possible. White simply exchanges everything on g5 and plays bishop c1, winning a pawn. And, well as nothing else is possible, it seems. f4, so, I mean, you either take h4, which will be won back sooner or later. King h2, king h3 should work. Or you take the other one, after which bishop c1, and you cannot keep the structure together all that easy. After g5, though, white played king g2 first. I don't know if this tempo gain for black will change something. Maybe f6 now is a possibility. So it will be a bit tougher for white to break through. Again, knight will go to d7, possibly to e5 later on. Again, you have to hurry up with white as well, because if you're not in time, if black builds the position, puts the knight on e5, bishop on d7, so some pawns are targeted also, king will go to g7, then you're unlikely to go through. Well, and still no move from Antonetta Stefanova, which starts to look suspicious in terms that I probably missed something. I've probably missed something here in this position, but I still can't think of what could I miss after bishop b5, knight d7. Happens to be all not that simple, but okay, let's put it another way. What happens if white simply moves the rook? So I don't want to sacrifice anything. Is black all that happy in this line? Black can play queen e7, I go bishop b2. Black probably needs to take in order to castle, and I take back. So now I'm threatening bishop e5, I'm threatening bishop d7, black more or less forced to castle. And then I take a7, and again I might be happy with white because no material advantage, but you know, two bishops in the open position, and well, probably it is a material advantage. I don't think black has time to protect b7. Looks really suspicious to me. But Stefanova is still thinking. Jun played f2, f4 after rook e8, which more or less gives away the knight on e5 after f6. I think white has no way to save this horsey. Do I miss something? Not really. Probably she will sacrifice it. Probably she will go there and play f5. That's kind of thought of this one. It might be not all that bad for white because white really gets some initiative on the king side in this case. g5 later on. But you know, still, it's sorts of suspicious. Not to mention that I was actually looking at the other line, not after f6. Not sacrificing, after f4, not taking the knight immediately after f6, but playing knight d3, which might prove to be a better move. Okay, so I would be really, really worried again with white. Anything else? Not really. Again, so a technical break. Sorry. Every half an hour, a quick break is needed. friends, welcome back to game 2 of round 4 of the quarter finals of Women's World Championship. And I think, yeah, we were looking at the game of Antoneta Stefanova and Anna Muzichuk, and I think Stefanova misplayed the position badly. Not sure if she has as less time as the official site suggests, because it says only 1 minute left for Stefanova. Well, but I think even if she would have 1 hour, it will not improve the situation for her after the move she played. Rook takes f6, perhaps hoping for black to recapture, after which I assume a check was planned, followed by bishop b2 with attacking prospects, but looks like she simply missed knight takes d3, after which nearly all white pieces are hanging. The rook on f6, plus if you move the queen to a wrong square, then queen d4 might come. So you are more or less forced now to give a check with the queen. Doesn't matter if it's a4 or b5, because I think after queen d7 you have to exchange queens, and this will be more or less the end of the game. Takes, takes. You cannot even take f7, because after king e6, c1 and the rook are hanging. I mean, you can play rook f1, but then black and what's going on? Okay, takes, takes, bishop is... Well, the rook is not hanging, right? So the bishop is the only thing which is hanging for white. White can... maybe this is what white is hoping for. Even though even rook d1 is not a threat, black is a pawn up still. So I don't think black will be in trouble here. Even though it might be still not very pleasant. King d7, there is bishop g5 now. Hang on, and then I play h6, and probably I won't have any trouble anymore. King e7. Well, there is rook f1 though. I have knight e5 and then bishop g5. This might be unpleasant. Somehow I still believe black should be able to hold, but who knows. All right, maybe it's not as harmless as I originally thought. Anyway, looking at it, I don't really see other moves for... well, maybe this has to be considered, actually. Rook c6, planning for queen b6 checks, so you have to take. Black takes, queen c6, and queen to d7 now. So it's either I'll manage to castle... well, probably I won't. Queen c3 is annoying here in this line. Rook is hanging. If I castle, it's bishop h6. No, it's better to avoid those lines. So that means Anna Muzichuk has to play queen d7 and hope for the better. All right. Kostyniuk against Ni Shitsung. This is what happens. g5, as I said, I don't really like. King g2, f6, king g3, bishop went to g6, and f4 was played, to which black replied bishop e4. Does it mean that she's ready to give the g5 pawn, which is surprising, I have to say. So imagine white takes everything and seems pleasant, right? c3, c4 is the possibility where the pawn is attacked, and in case of knight d7, now you take everything and you go bishop c1, winning a pawn. Wait, takes, so taking, playing bishop. When bishop takes, black goes, but I don't really like this idea anymore. I have to take, knight takes, and then I go here, for instance. Knight b4, bishop c7. No, this is just bad for black. So it looks like after c4, black will have to play a move with the king. And maybe he holds this way. Right, because now if I take everything, bishop c1 can always be answered with king g6. So if white wants a chance after bishop e4, he has to take on g5 and play bishop c1 immediately. Right, so still a bit unclear, I would say. Well, meanwhile, Dzagnidze took a pawn against Harika Dronavali. Dzagnidze took on, where is the position? Here. Dzagnidze took a pawn on d5. After a3, rook fd8, white took with the knight and took with the rook, which is more precise. Okay, let's agree on that. Takes, bishop takes. Now, black's task is to come up with a counterplay immediately, right? Because if you give white a chance to consolidate, there'll be nothing. But is there any counterplay? So I suppose I have to check this. Takes, queen takes. It's not very likely that there will be something. King to h1, bishop to d3, queen e1. No check and no nothing. Now, so it's a pawn up then, and Harika, I believe, will really have hard times defending this one. Maybe rook d8 is needed in order to try to get to d2 if white returns with the bishop, but so far I can't really refute e4. Oh yeah, and then bishop b7, something like that. Maybe this is a good way to play for a draw. Maybe this is the good way to try. Even though there is still queen d3. So it takes. White is a pawn up. Well, it's this kind of position when you can't really claim that white is winning, but at the same time, you can't say that black gets an equal position. Right, still no move from Muzichuk, surprisingly, but there are few moves played in the game of Zhu Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi, and the more I look at it, the more I like black's position. After f6, Wenjun played bishop takes b4, black took with the bishop, d6, saving the knight this way, queen d6, queen to d5, takes, bishop takes, king f8. White is still undeveloped. I think white is in a huge trouble here. You have to move the knight back. You have only one square on f3, after which rook d8 probably just wins the game for black. No, I mean, this is really strange. I think Wenjun simply misplayed the position completely. All starting with this bishop b2, bishop d2 perhaps, because to me it looked like a3 was still possible to play. All right, but now as it looks, white will have hard times equalizing, really. a3, there is a check on c5, so it doesn't work. The knight is hanging, knight d7, king e7. The knight is trapped simply. White is not in time to develop, it seems. And again, knight, if knight goes here, rook d8, bishop c6. Okay, let me make it sure that black is winning. Check here. You can protect e2, but only for one move. So after this, black has bishop c5. After king g3, black goes rook. Hang on, maybe black has to be a bit careful because rook e2 would allow knight c3. Honestly, I don't see the way for white to survive after rook b8, a passive move, but the other rook is extremely active. Even this looks very, very bad. All right, so, well, this might mean a fall of a giant. I just missed one very simple plate. I simply missed that this is possible, this knight c6, which of course make it much more complex. Right, because now white wants to play knight c3, white attacks the bishop, and after this check, white will play king f1. I simply somehow missed that this move existed. Yeah, of course knight c6, otherwise it would have been too simple. Not that I think white solves all his problems this way. It's still possible to play this move, it seems. And after, wait, that's a nice way. So I give a check, then I assume if king g2, bishop c5, once again, the pin on first rank should decide the game. So after this check, white has to go king f2, and I have rook e8. This is something I like, so that after knight b4, there is a check on e2, and rook b2. Don't see any tactic. Rook e1 plate. Now, I think this is what will happen. Rook e1 plate. If you go king g2, as I said, black simply returns the bishop, so king f2 is needed, and other rook comes to e8. Is that right? Because you can play bishop d2, but then you have same position, I mean, same material, but much better version for white. At least white does not lose immediately. Might be still better for black because you cannot take a7 because of rook d8. Some problems for white to establish the coordination. But rook e8, I believe, is as good as winning for black. Rook e2 is a threat, and so is bishop c5. So you have to take. Again, I give a check. King goes. Probably doesn't matter where the king goes. I just take b2. White doesn't have all that many moves. Maybe this is the way to try to survive for white. But how do you survive? Takes, takes, takes. c3 is already a threat. You are not in time to take a7. No, it's just hopeless after rook e8. Which will be, so far, the biggest surprise, I would say. Right, meanwhile, what happens in the other games? Actually, the more I look, the more I realize that the plan Antoneta Stefanova went for is not all that harmless. After queen a4, queen d7, she took, and she went bishop g5. As I said, threatening rook d1. Rook f7 is now a threat, so white will certainly win the pawn back. Well, particularly this line looks quite threatening, so it's check over here. You don't really have good squares with the king for black. After this, white goes bishop f4, rook e8, check. You know, other rook coming to 7th rank. No, black has to find something better than that. Well, can black play h6? That would be my question. So I'm hoping for this to work. So if it's a check, I want to play king e6. After rook e7. Well, I have to mention that I assume all those possible rook endings I assess as harmless for black. Let's say rook f3, I just take the bishop. Okay, so check, king goes here. Then you have a check from e7, I go to d6. On bishop f6, I go rook f8. Trying to solve all my problems with tactic. I'm not sure if I will be able to. Because that's very important. If I can, you can. Maybe, in fact, something like this is also a possibility to have at least a square on c8. Okay, this makes sense. Rook e5 or rook e6, rook c6. Maybe rook c6 is answered with rook d1. And this is something you don't like because you lose the knight on d3. Yeah, that's quite tricky. Okay, so certainly something to think about for Anna Muzichuk. She has some 20 minutes for that. Well, and this game will most likely be decided before the time control because it's only move 20. Right, Nishitsun and Alexandra Kostyniuk reached this position so that after bishop e4, the move we've seen, white indeed went to take everything, played bishop to c1, black took on d5, bishop g5. So white has got a passed pawn on g-file. Black, for that, managed to decrease the material which is on the board and can try to decrease it even further by playing c5 now. Because bishop d8, for instance, is a threat, so you really have to be careful with black. Bishop d8 is a threat to win a pawn, right? After c5. Yeah, actually black just played knight c6, which is awkward, I must say. This, what do you do? Knight e5 is the move that you would like to play, but then after bishop d8, black simply loses a pawn. Right, so you probably have to go knight e7. Then black plays bishop f6. White can keep the pawn on b5. Yeah, black's main objective is, of course, to try to liquidate the queen side. But it's not that easy. And if one white pawn remains on the queen side, let's say something like this happens, then black's d pawn is more or less of no use, and even with only two pawns on the board, it might be enough for white. I mean, basically two weaknesses, right? One of them being b6, and the other one, a weakness for black, would be white's passed pawn on g5. Right, Harry. surprisingly, really surprisingly. Tan Zhongyi played c3, so I probably missed something over here. Yeah, that's, I'm switching back to this one, but that's more or less the main game of the round. And this, I'm really surprised with this c3 decision. Who can tell me what was wrong with rook b1? c3, of course white gonna take on c3. Rook takes. And still I cannot refute knight a7. Perhaps this is what she's planning. Attack the horsey, and if horsey goes to e2, maybe this still wins. b3 wins on a spot. So this is clever. This is clever. So it's b3, you have to take it, and then you lose the knight on a7. All right, then probably this still wins. And still no move from Muzychuk, but she's got enough time, it seems. Still 12 minutes as for now. Chinese player is down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds, while Kostyniuk has half an hour. But it's move number 38, so basically only 2 moves left to reach the time control. Sad news are not the time situation, but the fact that after b5 it might rook e7, king d6. That was the line I was looking at, right? Hang on. Bishop f6. Rook f8, e5. There is knight e5. Think. I'm not sure of rook f7 really, because now it seems black solves all the problems. Rook b7 doesn't work, because when you take and white plays rook d1, well, there are too many solutions. King c6, rook c3, or rook c1, so the knight is not lost. Okay, so that's the position we have. And I think as soon as the time trouble in this one is over, we will know the game of, we will know the name of the semi-finalists, and this name will be Anna Muzychuk, that's what I mean. Well, as I said, normally I would go for a short break, but this time I don't think I'm allowed, because it's Stefanova who's to move, and she's very short on time. So anything can happen here. I think she just, well, as you can see on this black board, so kind of official transmission, says that she already lost on time, which is not possible. But this gives you an idea that there shouldn't be all that much time for white. And I really don't see the move for white. So again, bishop f6, rook f8, threatening to take the bishop, and e5, knight takes e5. Hang on. I just missed this one. I just missed this one completely. No. It's not right. Wait. Here, bishop f6. Does that mean that Muzychuk is planning for something else, not rook f8? Rook f8 allows a check, and then you can't take knight e5 because of a check on d1. No, the game is perfectly in progress. No, I just missed something, and perhaps so did Anna Muzychuk, because bishop f6, and what they do? Rook e8 she's playing, in fact. But this looks scary after rook b7, because, well, you do restore the material balance, not completely, but yeah, actually you do lose a pawn. And not only that, but your king is in an awkward position. No, this looks scary for black. Ju and Jun is still thinking meanwhile, which is once again extremely surprising for me, because I don't really, I mean, first of all, c3 came as a surprise, because rook b1, I'm sure now, was completely winning. And the other thing to mention is that after c3, white was thinking, I can't think of any other move but to take on c3. Eventually she took on c3. Rook a1 was played. So now we figured out that knight takes a7 loses, but there might be other moves. It's very impractical, I would say. What other moves are there? Rook c1 is a sort of a threat. Now white must be still winning, but anyway, don't like this idea of playing c3 all that much. Well, yeah, interesting. I mean, it is a time trouble, but not really. I mean, I'm kind of puzzled, and probably we do not have the right times of the players, because again, Stefanova, it says no, for Wenjun it's 8 minutes, right? But for Stefanova it says Stefanova lost on time. That's the current position, by the way. Rook b7, rook takes e4. So Stefanova is to move, and some seconds left. Rook d1. I think this kind of allows black to take a breath. A rook e1 played. Wasn't it possible to go king e6? Okay, I don't know. Rook e1, so something happens. Takes. Now rook a7 is a possibility, after which black will probably go rook c2. Very dangerous position for Muzychuk. Stefanova still is in a time trouble. That's perhaps is the hope for Ukrainian, because this might be as well, I mean, this might be as well lost for black. Okay, what happens after rook a7? I can, no, knight d3 doesn't really help, rook c1 doesn't really help, probably rook c2 is something that I have to do. Stefanova meanwhile played king f2, which allows white, well, which allows black another thing. Black can go for rook ending. Rook f8, no checks, no way to protect the bishop. White has to take on e1, after which rook f6, and black takes on a7. Sorry, white takes on a7. which leaves black being a pawn down. Some chances to hold, but well, I don't really like this one either. Maybe that's what you have to do, because say something like knight d3, king e3, and then taking a7 might prove to be even worse. Okay, well, what a tense day today. All the games in progress, and in none of them I'm 100% sure of the result. Hurricane Zagnidze, after queens exchanged and g6, after queens got exchanged and g6 was played, bishop f6, rook d6, and again white is thinking, yeah, it's actually quite understandable. Not that Zagnidze doesn't want to spoil her advantage, but on the other hand, yeah, maybe she already did, by the way. Because what do you do now? If you go bishop e7, there is rook e6, right? Bishop takes, rook here, bishop d4. Maybe this is what Zagnidze wants to do. But then black is in time to go rook e. Now, if black would have to play something like rook e7, then after rook c1, I think this is a very good position for white, despite the opposite colored bishops. But okay, this will not happen. Bishop c3 was played, and black played rook d7 after bishop c3, b4 was hanging. Bishop d7, giving white another tempo. So now I think white is able to consolidate. White can play b4, driving this guy away. And wait, and then I had some sort of a plan, but now I'm not sure anymore. No, it's not all that easy for white to consolidate, because there are two open files and black will try to get one of them. So I'm wondering if white will be happy to exchange rooks, which might as well be the case. But again, in a situation like that, for instance, I go rook c1, black goes rook c7, you don't have a guarantee this will be winning with 4 bishops. So it's tricky once again. Now if you, for instance, if you remove the dark square bishops, just make them disappear, then probably white will be winning. But other way around, I'm not sure. Okay, still no move from Zhu Wenjun, and we all know the situation is critical for her. Well, just to give you some idea how bad her position is, for instance, this loses to rook b3 and rook c1, or maybe rook c1 at once. Knight a7, as I said, seemingly loses to b4, knight anywhere, and then b3. Muzychuk, by the way, went for knight d3 check after king f2. King went to e3, and then knight e5 played. Well, I'm not sure about king e3, but yeah, that's the move I was making actually. Yeah, then knight e5 seems to be a nice finding by Anna Muzychuk, because she's threatening knight c4, knight a3, right? More or less. Knight g4 is much more of a threat, so you cannot take a7 because of knight g4. That's the first thing to mention. And if white decides to capture the knight, then this seems to be the much better version of the ending we had. This must be just a draw, because after king f3, it looks like black is simply in time to put the rook behind the passed pawn, which should be enough. Right, good defense by Anna Muzychuk, but still no guarantee that She will hold. Bishop e5 played. Now I start to believe in black's position. What do you do now? You probably take the pawn, at least to be a pawn up. And then black will play rook c2. Well, Stefanova gave a check first. I don't know why you need this check. Black can go king f6, takes, and once again rook c2, king f3, then you put the rook behind, you go h5, it's just an elementary draw in fact. Okay. Well, something really puzzling happens in the game of Alexandra Kostyniuk and Ni Shitsung. That's the position. b5 and knight a7 was played, which gives white the possibility to go bishop d8, winning a pawn. So black will probably play this move and then take on c6 with the bishop, but it's a pawn up. I mean, it might not be all that easy to win because of reduced material, but it is a position pawn up. Well, and now on board one, after Wen Jun's king e3 move, white might regret not taking on b1. Now looking at it, I understand that it will be still a lot of technical work required for black. Don't get me wrong, black must be winning this way or another, but you know, wait, if I do this, maybe I'm just winning straight off. King d3 allows rook c2, and then I win the knight, right? Just take, I mean, this is obviously winning. Rook c1, what's the plan then for Wen Jun? Knight e2, must be losing somehow. Rook c5 perhaps. Amen. And then somehow white pieces are overloaded, and then after bishop f3, for instance, I can simply take a2. Now this must be winning sooner or later. Rook c1, not to mention that I can take h2. I don't like all that much because you take my b5 pawn. Probably rook c1 is not a bad idea. Okay, well, despite there's been a time trouble situation in nearly all of the games, I think it got more or less clarified. At least I don't think time will play a major role in the game of Stefanova and Muzichuk. The 10 moves to time control, but for each side, I think should be quite simple to play. Kostyniuk and Nishitsun reached move 40. Zagnidze and Harika are still at move 25, but they have a bit of time. So, well, 5 minutes break quickly, and I'm back to cover the remaining 10 minutes of a time trouble. from this break. As promised, it was not a very long one. In the game of Ju Wen-jung and Tan Jong-gi, Black still surprises me with his moves after King E3, or her moves in this case, right? King E3, Rook E1 check. Why would you need check? Why would you need White King closer to the queen side? That's something which surprises me really. Not that it changes the evaluation of the position all that much. King F3 was played. That's also a surprise. Who's gonna tell me what's wrong with King D3? Maybe this is what she disliked before. Okay, let's agree it's all looks very, very good for Black. Okay, Rook E1, King F3. So what's now? Rook C1 perhaps, attacking the horsey again. Now if Knight E4, I think I can, well, I can probably move the pawn. A6, H2 is hanging. If H pawn is moved, then, well, one thing to do is to take C6 and to take A2, which I still believe must be winning for Black. Right, after King went to F3. All right, Rook D2 was played. I mean, something really strange happens. Because I don't understand. Ah, well, now I got it. Now this is good one. Rook D2 threatening Rook D3, threatening the bishop, threatening, well, not really threatening before, but in case of Knight before, there is A5 and B4. White had nothing else to do but to go bishop E4, after which, what's gonna happen? Can Black win the material somehow? He still cannot, strangely enough. And White is short on time, which adds a bit to, well, feels like White is in a sort of panic, Black is in a sort of panic, and she did not expect really to be winning against the top seed. Bishop E4. Well, I mean, that's obviously the most exciting game here, because all the rest, well, Kostyniuk's game at least has reached the time control. By the way, Zagnidze and Dronovali, they also have got the rook ending. Must be with very good chance for Nana Zagnidze, but I'm not sure if it's winning. I would really try to keep the bishops on the board, to be honest. Okay, that's the rook ending in Zagnidze against Dronovali. At least I'm sure it will keep going after move 40. Well, as for rook ending in Stefanova against Muzychuk, I just think it's simply a draw. I'm not sure if Muzychuk had to, well, what was that? Hang on, Rook A5, why don't you play King F6 simply? Somewhat mysterious, really. Why would you need your king on H5? All right, but it must be still a draw, so Rook simply comes, Rook is put behind the passed pawn, and this should be just a draw. While here, I'm sure Black is winning. Here, I mean, in the game of Ju Wen-jung and Tan Jong-gi, I'm sure Black is winning, but she constantly, well, she keeps missing what I think is the winning move, which surprises me a lot. Well, so Black's to move, and once again, according to the official site, Black has lost on time, which is not possible, of course. But she must be very short on time, must make a move. I think a practical decision would be to play A6, because I think White is in no time to change the situation in her favor. She's apparently looking for a direct win, and this is, in a time trouble, that's clearly the way to miss the advantage. Because if you fail to find, it's nice if you find the forced win, but if you fail to find and if you blunder something, you might be not winning at all anymore. Right, she can take. No, she didn't. She actually listened to my advice and played a7, a6, which is a clever thing to do. White immediately reacted with h2, h4. So what we can surely say that Zhu Wenjun plays practical chess in this position from now on. Rook c1, all right. Can this knight be moved somewhere? Don't see. Perhaps king e3 is needed, after which it's still problematic. Rook h2. No, I mean, it's still winning for white, for black, of course. Where to put? I mean, if you move the knight and black happens to take on a2, then it's just game over. Which is pretty much the case. In this here, I can give a check. Take a2, so two connected pass pawns, and still white has problems coordinating his pieces. Meanwhile, it gets closer and closer to a draw in the game of, wait a second, in the game of Muzychuk, I think, well, I've just spotted one. No, it's not possible. I just thought it's some funny line here. King f5, and then rook a2 and rook h4, kind of a last trap made with the pawn all of a sudden. But of course king f5 is well, too obvious threat for this to happen. Stefanova played king f3 instead, but you are not threatening mate this way, and therefore there should be no worries for black. I mean, basically it's equal number of pawns, so you can't really have any serious trouble with black. You can simply play king g6 back so that your king is not cut anymore. Should be easy. White's pawn is not that far, so you're really, I mean, you can play king g6 and there won't be any problems. You can put the rook behind, but then I thought possibly rook a6 is a bit, no, it's not dangerous. You just play g4. Just play g4. Rook c2, which is even a better move, so that rook c3 check is possible. I don't think Antonetta will have any chance in this game anymore. Okay, I'm leaving this one because I really think there is no chance for white. White just played rook e6, rook e4. You can do pretty much anything with black. I guess g4 might be not a bad idea. Wait a sec, doesn't it win a pawn for black? g4, so in this case I'm simply giving a check and collecting the a3 dude. So you have to go, well, perhaps have to mention that this doesn't work because of rook c3. So g4, you have to go to to f4, after which it's a check here. Well, Zhu Wenjun lost and she's out of the tournament. After rook c1, knight e2 was played, and after rook c4, that means white could not save the, simply white has no way to save the material. She played king e3, and after rook e2, this is all what happened. So our top seed gets eliminated by her compatriot, and of course a credit to Tan Zhongyi, who is the first semi-finalist winning her game with black. And second semi-finalist will be, I believe, Anna Muzichuk. I don't see her losing. I don't see her losing this ending. Simply not possible. Rook A2, Rook E3, and Anna just played Rook A1. So as long as the time control will be reached, I think draw will be agreed over there. While in other two pairs is far less clear. Kostyniuk has got the passed pawn. It was a long time ago. Now she spent, well, she has spent something, I don't know how much, before playing bishop c4 check, which is a bit puzzling to me, because black played d5. Now you'll have more or less the same position, but, well, with equal number of pawns. Bishop d3 and c6. What was Alexandra thinking, would be my question. That's really, really surprising. I mean, you probably have to take, right? Unless she has calculated this pawn will promote. Wait, how about this, by the way? g5. So I assume if you take on b5, white will go g6. Can you win this with white? I mean, at least it looks scary, let's say. King goes to g7. Probably you cannot win, because next move will be bishop e4. Yeah, probably you're not winning this one. Now, Alexandra took on c6, knight takes c6, and what's the idea? She just played another move. Bishop to f2. Ah, she still wins the pawn. This is something that Nishitsune has probably missed, because the pawn is still won, and then g-pawn. Yeah, this looks quite bad. This looks quite bad for Nishitsune, for Chinese. So Kostyniuk has, well, serious chances to go through without a tiebreak. Stefanova and Muzichuk have reached the time control, and as I said, no chances for Stefanova, really. And yeah, last but not least, we have Dzagnidze against Harika Dronavali, move number 37. And still a pawn up for Nana Dzagnidze, and still chances for a draw for Harika, just she has to avoid playing a5, because after king c4, well, you cannot, I assume you cannot exchange on b4, and otherwise white will basically win the a5 pawn. I mean, if you go there, then it's b5. Why would you need this one with black? So king e7 was played. I assume king c4 in this case. You'll have to go to b7. This looks like, well, a serious chance for white, but on the other hand, I've seen endings which looked, well, far more promising, but still were a draw. King e7, f4. Well, that's interesting. Can it, I mean, what black has to do? I mean, of course, if we are getting rid of the queen side, it's just a draw. I don't know if I have to, even if I have to mention this, it's just a draw. 4 versus 3, I mean, if no big thing happen, I mean, some people lose, but it has to be something special. It's like the pawn has to be on f6, or, I mean, this way, especially if black plays h5, for instance, then somehow those pawns come off, then it's just a draw. Maybe black has to play h5. I don't know. Harika decided to go rook b6. Don't know what for. because it seems you will be forced sooner or later to go to b7 anyway. King c4. Well, maybe this, right? Well, actually, you know what? I'm thinking now it might be not all that easy to make a progress for white. If you go king c5, it's always a check, right? King c6, and then black simply shuffles. So king will have to go back, right? Then if white gives rook a2, again, black plays h5, for instance. I can play rook a4, threatening king c5 check and king c6. And it's not even a threat. I thought in this case, when rook is badly placed, then you can bring the king. But you should not, probably. You can still move the king. And, well, and Harika just played f7, f6, which is remarkable because, as I said, in this particular case, it might be that 4 versus 3 after liquidation of the queen side will still be winning. No, f6, I don't really get the point of it because it's simply a very strange move. Not to mention that white can seemingly play b5. a6 is still not in time because of king c5. Play. Right, b5 was played. So now this Ricardronavali, she has to make last move to get to time control. Right, meanwhile, what happens in the game of Anna Muzychuk and Antonetta Stefanova? Stefanova just played king to g2, and I think after this check and rook a1, yeah, rook a2, I think a draw will be agreed because I think Antonetta perfectly understands there is no chance. Check, king f3, rook to a1. She's a great fighter, of course. She would try if there would be a theoretical chance. It's just the problem that in such a position, you don't need to be Anna Muzychuk to make a draw with black. So white doesn't actually have any kind of a decent try. Right, so I'll wait a bit to see if this will be finished soon, because that's the only game where they actually make moves. Harika and Zagnidze reached move 40. Now I'm very optimistic about Zagnidze's chances because rook a2 followed by rook a6, and then it turns out that black created weaknesses herself, right? This f6. Yeah, rook a2 played. Rook will go to a6. Then white will expand on the king side. It must be winning. Well, both those ladies played a lot of tiebreaks. As I said, Harika played all the tiebreaks. Zagnidze, it will be... which one? Again, I'm confusing. Okay, at least one. She definitely played, so it will be something to comment for me on tomorrow. But all the rest looks like it will be decided today. Well, Antonetta Stefanova, meanwhile, decided to make a move. She did play rook c3. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. Is there any chance? If black simply plays... Ah, no, this is finished. It was rook c3, and it came along with a draw offer. So this one is finished, and we have another semi-finalist. Anna Muzychuk wins against Antonetta Stefanova. Of course, those are tough matches. No 2-0. It's 1.5, and with a bit of luck, because at some point her position looked quite suspicious, but nevertheless very convincing performance from my compatriot, winning all the games with white in this tournament. But we don't have yet any pairing on semi-final, because Tan Zhongyi will wait for the decision in the pair of Harika Dronovali and Nana Zagnidze, and Muzichuk is waiting for either Kostyniuk or Ni Shitsun. So 2 games finished, 2 are in progress. We reached the time control. Players got an increment, and I give myself a right to go for a longer break, and we'll be back when something will start moving.
Welcome back to the press center. I have Anna Muzachuk with me, and she is the second one who goes through to the semifinals. I think it's the best result in the World Championship for you so far, if I'm not mistaken. So how does it feel, and what do you think about the match? Can you say some words about these two classical games?
Yeah, it's always good to win. As for the last match, it was very difficult. Both games. I mean, yesterday I was a bit lucky to win it, and today it was some crazy game, and so.
So what about yesterday's game? I would like to check something. I mean, after this knight h3, king f1, did you expect knight takes f2 variation? I mean, have you calculated it during the game instead of knight f4?
Yes, I saw knight h3 and knight f2 I also calculated, but okay, the computer shows it's a draw, but for me, I don't know.
It was not so clear.
Yeah, I was even more surprised that if she doesn't take on h3 and play like king h8, and if I play queen b5, some rook g8, and the computer says it's better for black already, and so it's, yeah.
It was different estimation. You had different estimation during the game, you mean?
Because to make two the most passive moves and then to claim it's better, yeah, it was a bit strange.
But I mean, with some luck, also you managed to win yesterday's game. And okay, today's game, was there any moment that you felt, I mean, it could go wrong way and White could have get chances to win this game?
I think it was all over the game, because this line in Greenfield with f3 is a very sharp line, and always the positions are very difficult and complicated. So yeah, it was quite difficult to play, to defend it.
And normally in the situation, let's say when your opponent must win this game, the second game, how do you feel? I mean, before, do you try to play for draw, or you still try to forget about it, the results, and just to play the game?
Well, you play the game, but you know the draw is okay. But I mean, when you're white, it's easier. But when you're black, white is chosen, and somehow it's like you play something sharp or you go to the worst position. So it's just your choice.
Yeah. Actually, so far you are the only player who had so many free days. So what are you doing during these days? I mean, you are saving a lot of energy, I think, compared to the other players.
Okay, maybe. But, okay, I'm just preparing for my next round.
Who's helping you here in Tehran, I mean, to prepare for the games and to stay full of energy?
Well, here I'm alone, but of course I have some seconds.
What about Maria? Is she following, and is she rooting for you? And what did she say during the games, before the games?
Yes, she's rooting, she's watching, and we are speaking every day, so yeah. She's enjoying.
Okay, she's enjoying. And the next round, whom are you going to play, and what are your expectations?
I'll play Alexandra Kostanyuk or Nishiku, but they're still playing the game, so I don't know who. Okay.
And my last question, okay, you played today against Antonetta Stefanova. I know that you have quite good relations. I mean, you're like friends, and how difficult is it to play, I mean, against such opponents?
Yes, we are real on good terms, but okay, when you have to play the knockout and when one has to go through and one has to lose, I mean, it's always like that. So, I mean, she's a very strong player, and she could also win this match.
Okay, Anna, thank you so much, and all the best for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. șansă, sunt suțile și nu internet, tacă tu, easy, televizion, goși de aici.
Não, mas se vai dar errado, tá ficando vivo.
It's incredible, I think. It's incredible, absolutely.
Manager pe ce mare de ridiculous.
Welcome back, dear friends. Welcome back to game 2 of the quarterfinals. To remind you, we have 2 semi-finalists already. It's Tan Zhongyi from China and Anna Muzichuk from Ukraine. Right, we might as well have the 3rd semi-finalist today because I think Alexandra Kostyniuk has, well, winning position against Ni Shizun. Here, in the game which we are looking at, Zagnidze against Ronavali, it as well seems to be a winning position for White, but it will only mean a tiebreak tomorrow. Well, it's not only seems, but it is a winning position for White. I mean, completely winning. F6 pawn is hanging. Black just took on B5. And now what you have to do, you have to take F6. Black is not in time to give, I mean, Black can give a check, but White's king is in a square of this B pawn, and then there should be no trouble whatsoever for White to win. And if Black cannot exchange rooks, A7 is hanging, so you have to play rook B7, and then E5, E6, you know, I mean, 2 connected passed pawns for White and an easy win. Right, so it will be 1-1 in this match and a tiebreak match tomorrow. Well, in our other game, Kostyniuk against Ni Shizun, it's an extra pawn for Alexandra Kostyniuk, but there might be some technical difficulties still. Okay, here, meanwhile, Harika made one more move, rook B7. As I said, shouldn't be a problem. I'd probably go E5. I mean, okay, Black can drive the king a little bit to G4, let's say, and even give another check so that king will go to H4. But then that was it after H5. 2 pawns are hanging, so no chance. If you do not give this last check but go to F7, then White can probably play H4, threatening H5. Okay, I mean, this is winning, no doubt. Right, so I'm switching to the other one, Kostyniuk and Ni Shizun. Well, there was an interesting moment right before the time trouble. King F4, King F7, Bishop H4. Move by Alexandra Kostyniuk. It turns out that Black probably could not really save the C7 pawn. So Bishop H1, B5, and that would have been a critical line. Knight E7 takes, King G5. Wait, I'm still wondering, what happens if I play C6? Now probably c4 is not all that clear, or it is clear. Well, d5 I'm talking about. I mean, something like this is probably lost because the king is getting to h6, and then it looks like for g-pawn, white will win a bishop for a g-pawn. Even this one is, I'm not 100% sure. d5, king gets to c5. Okay, that would have been another story. What black decided to do, black played knight a7, after which it was a check from c4, d5, bishop went to d3, bishop d8 is still a threat, and so is king e5. You have to play c6. After capture on c6, knight c6, bishop f2, turns out that b6 pawn is lost anyway. Knight went here, takes, bishop c4, knight c4, bishop d4. Yeah, and that's a very good setup for white. Black was, look here, black was not forced to move the knight away, right? But let's say black would keep waiting. White would take, and black is waiting. And what white can do, white can put the bishop on d4. If black takes it, that will result in an absolutely winning bishop sending for white. Okay, so knight went to d6. After bishop h7, I'm not sure actually why would you need bishop h7, but all right, bishop g2 was played, bishop e5, knight went to c8, and confirming on my word that bishop h7 was probably not needed, Alexandra just played bishop to d3 back, and black played knight to e7. Might be still not all that easy to win this one. Actually, you know what? g5 you might want to play. Just one funny line. Black gives a check. Now, if you take, it's just a draw because of, you know, because of opposite card bishops. You cannot go back because black takes the bishop on e5, so you go king f5, and then you have another participant in the semi-final. All of a sudden, it happens to be a strange mate from h3, all of a sudden. Of course, white will never ever play g5, white just played bishop to d4. Now, I just mean that even in a simple position, you have to be careful, you have to be aware of your opponent's resources. But now it looks almost automatic to me. White wants to bring the king to h6 and then push the pawn. Don't see, honestly, don't see any resources. Don't see any resources for black. Harika, meanwhile, gave a check from f7, this check I was talking about, but I'm not coming to this position. At least something really strange will happen here, because I believe it's completely winning for white. So this I already count as the tiebreak, Zagnidze against Harika. Right, and here, well, knight g6 check was given. So king will go here. You probably play knight to e7 back. And then after king h6, black might want to try bishop e4. After which, though, it might be still completely winning for white. Wait, if I take, and I'm wondering if, wait, how do I do? How do I do this? Maybe I go here and simply collect the pawn on e4. Okay, it is still, you still have to be a bit careful with white. but yeah, but it has to be winning. Okay, so what do? We go king g5 after bishop e4. Well, actually, you know what? I will have to take, because otherwise I won't be. Then it looks like sort of a fortress if I'm not taking. So I will have to take h5. Sorry, I will have to take e4 sooner or later. So takes. Ah, no, but then it's winning. I was not giving a check. Wait. Bishop d4. Ah, yeah, I was giving a check here and I was coming back, but there is bishop e4 immediately, after which I'm taking and playing this, winning on a spot, right? Because I take the second pawn. So a check, king g5, and knight will have to go back. After which there might be another way to win, by the way, because I might want to go, wait a sec, this, possibly. No, I'm just thinking if this is an easy winning position. If black lets me to take e7, I assume that should be no problem, because black has no chance to exchange the queenside pawns, right? So I'll just take e7 and that will be it. Knight c6 perhaps. Then still somehow this knight is jumping. Not completely sure. Okay, so king g5 we do play. After knight e7, king h6, bishop e4. Wait, does that win? Takes. I want to go king g5 back, and next move will be king f4 if allowed. After knight d5, I similarly have this one. Yeah, winning the pawn and basically winning the game. Okay, for a change, I'll probably come back to, because Alexandra is still thinking. She's got half an hour for this. Now, king g5 played. Now, I'm really curious what a black comes up with. Knight e7 back. Is that a sort of a chance? Check here. King h7, knight to e7. Threatening bishop e4. If it's a threat. g5, threatening g6, bishop e4, takes. No, it's not a threat at all. c4. And then you have to watch out for g-pawn and c-pawn, which proves to be impossible. All right, Harika against Zagnidze. I'm actually coming back because seems, well, obviously Harika is not in the mood to lose without a fight, this one, so she brings the king in order to protect the g6 pawn, king f8. What's now? h5 perhaps? King will go to g7, then we going to take. And, well, one of the things to do is actually to play. How to manage that, I'm thinking. King h4. Will it be some sort of a Zugzwang? Or not really? Now, king h4 is too deep. What I want, I want black to move the rook, after which I will go g4. And then king g5, and of course I'm very happy to achieve that. But after king h4, probably king h5 is possible. King h6 is possible. After which, by the way, wait, should be an easy win somehow. All right, h5 played now. Now, I don't think I have to find the win for white because Nana Dzagnidze will demonstrate it. So h5 played, king goes to g7 is the only move. Okay, takes. How to win that? Well, interestingly, must be easy, but h5 king g7 played. Well, actually, I'm not quite sure what Kostyniuk is doing. So I'm coming back to this two bishops against bishop and knight and an extra pawn ending. Check, king went to g5, knight e7, bishop c5. After knight c6, she played king f4 back. How she's planning, I mean, feels like a move in the wrong direction, pardon me. Probably she wants to stop knight e5. So goes there and plans to move the pawn forward. Black plays knight d8, heading here. And then king e5 perhaps is good enough. Then white will win the second pawn. Now this is completely winning. Meanwhile, this rook ending between Dzagnidze and Harika, as much as I'm sure that it's winning for white, I'm still not sure how to make it, let's say, in the easiest way. King h4 played, but after king h6, I think it's more or less clear that, maybe this is the move. Can I do this, or it's... No, it's perhaps one of the most stupid moves which is possible to make, because takes, and this. I'm not in the square of this pawn. No, wait. Does black have a move after, say, move my rook on 6 rank? That's the question. Black can go back, actually, so that if I take, not much is going on. Perhaps I'll have to bring the king to e4 one day and then play g4. Maybe that's... I mean, should be possible to achieve two connected passed pawns. So I'll be really, really surprised if Dzagnidze will not win this one. Okay, after knight d8, Alexandra, for some reason, did not play king e5, but went for bishop e3. Knight returns to c6. Well, the thing is, as I said, some position like that, knight d4, cd4, is just easily winning. How it's done, I can illustrate. So king goes here, then the bishop goes here, and basically that's the Zugzwang. Because if you do not defend the pawn on d5 with the bishop, I'll just take it, right? If you keep defending, then I go bishop e6, you attack my g-pawn, but I take on d5 with the tempo, so that the bishop is attacked, right? You cannot swap, and if you go anywhere, I'll just play king f4 protecting. So that means black cannot really exchange the knight for dark square bishop, which makes his defending task even harder. Well, somewhat controversial information on how much time Dzagnidze has, because it was 8 minutes And now all of a sudden it's 2. It was like 8 minutes for Zagnidze. I thought she's very comfortable finding the right plan. Now it's, the official site says it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And she still seemingly cannot find the plan, which is strange. Well, that's... What I'm sure you should not do with white, you should not try to play e6 unless you're 100% it's winning, because it really reduces your chances a lot. So, okay, let's try to make it easy. King goes here. And what I want to play king f3, g4, and create 2 connected passed pawns. Don't know if it will work. So black probably has to go here. I go king f3. King goes here. I go g4. This looks winning, right? Threatening f5 already. Maybe that's what she has to do. Well, Kostyniuk is still thinking, which really surprises me a lot. Which really surprises me a lot. So what was my solution to this one? After knight d8, yeah, I'm still not sure what's the problem with king e5. Because you cannot really drive the king back. If you attack the g4 pawn, I think it's possible to play bishop f5, and then to somehow slowly force this knight at the least favorable square, after which white should be able to win the d5 pawn and not to lose the g pawn. With 2 pawns up, obviously, should be no problem to win at all. Well, Zagnidze just played rook to a4, planning for g4, so she protects the pawn over here, plans to go for g4. Not that black has too many things to do. It's lost, so that's a good way perhaps. So if black takes, white simply gives a check, takes the pawn, then comes to g4, plays f5, you know. Wait, there was some problem, however, I thought, with this line, but now I don't see it. No, there can't be any. Wait, when you play g4, I play g5. That was my idea. Rook a4, say rook e7. Then if white takes and plays g4, I wanted to play g5 for black. Even if it's lost, I mean, at least it's not trivially lost because of connected passed pawns. So white will have to demonstrate something. But maybe if I don't take g6 with white, so that after rook e7, g4, g5 I can take, maybe this would be somewhat easier. But again, it's kind of, again, it's something you probably don't like all that much. Okay, rook e7, can I improve on this line? Well, black played king to g7, allowing g4. Now I think it's proper time to take on g6, so that if black takes, it's this trick once again. You go g4, black goes king h6, stopping you from playing king g5. And then after this, no, I mean, what am I talking about? It's trivially winning position, of course. I'm just trying to understand what Dzagnidze finds problematic, why she's taking time on every single move. Maybe it's just because of, you know, the tension, the price of each game is very high. You can't be sure of anything. Okay, meanwhile, still Kostyniuk is thinking. She's down to 15 minutes only. Well, wondering about the potential scenarios not to win this one with white, what you have to do. Somehow to let black to swap the pawns, that's the only thing I can think about. Or blunder an exchange of c6 knight to d3 bishop, but it's really seems to be impossible to achieve for black. How was the line when I blundered something? Don't even remember. Okay, Kostyniuk played g5, and the knight e7 was played. So black is ready to stop the pawn, but now king comes to e5. Yeah, I think now it should be easily winning. At least in case of knight g6 and king d6, I've knight g6 played, right? King will go to g6, apparent d6, and then white will maneuver the bishop and will take eventually the pawn on d5. Well, still no move from Nana Dzagnidze after king g7. Really surprising. Well, king d6, by the way, is still not played. Maybe king d4 is an alternative, but why would you need this? I think this belongs to a king. Then you put the bishop on f6, so to make sure you protect both pawns. And then you go bishop f5 and bishop e6. I don't see the way for black to stop it. Basically, black has to shuffle with the knight here and there. One other little thing to mention: bishop d6. After knight after knight f5, I can take the pawn as well. What I wanted to say that this is winning as well. If you need, you can exchange already because pawns are too far. Okay, king d6 played, knight e7. Time for bishop d4. And then bishop f6, and that will be it. In case of knight g6, as I said, this looks winning. Bishop f5 followed by bishop e6. Knight f8 is an attempt to keep the position for a little while. All right, here I'll go bishop b1 and bishop a2 if I need. No, it's just completely winning for Alexandra. Black really can't do all that much. Finally, Dzagnidze made a move. After king g7, she played g4. Well, can there be any chance for Harika? Because it's either you play king h6 immediately, what she did, or white will take g5 and play king. White will take g6 and play king g5, after which it's finished. So king h6 played, white takes on g6, and it's 8 g6. And And now, what happens now? Now you probably play king g3 back. And then, okay, and then imagine black refuses to cooperate. So black plays back. After this, black moves the rook to, say, b7. All right, and then it's kind of tricky. Maybe it's sort of a Zugzwang position or not. No, you have to play rook f7 to stop. Wait, rook a6. The rook is on f7. So it's sort of a Zugzwang. King h7. Can get king f3. In this case, simply go f5. No Zugzwang, no nothing. It's just completely winning. Okay, black comes up with some tricky checks here and there. Knight e7, but finally it has to be this last Zugzwang. Alexandra is still meanwhile not 100% sure, it seems, how to win this one. I believe what she would prefer to do is actually to exchange the a3 bishop against the e7 knight. Bishop c1, which is a bit surprising, so moving the bishop far away. Okay, I give a check, let's say, and I come back. Bishop b3, and I keep waiting with my own bishop. This doesn't look like winning. So she has to find. I thought it was it. Look, bishop e7, knight e7, bishop d4. I thought that was it. But bishop c2, bishop c1 seems like moves in the wrong direction. The thing is, you can't really spoil the position here unless you blunder heavily. Knight check from c6. Well, you did blunder heavily, actually, because now d4 will be possible. King d6. How about d4? Bishop a4. All right, bishop a4. Still, you can't do much. No, black simply went back to e7. As long as white did not bring the bishop on f6, black will shuffle knight c6, knight e7, and yeah, you have to attack this knight in order to win the pawn. Something very strange happens. Right, Zagnidze slowly but surely executes this plan of creating two connected passed pawns. She took on g6, played king g3, protecting the pawn on f4. Now, next move will be rook to a6. That's what happens. King g7, rook a6, and black is in a Zugzwang. There is king h7. But after this I go king f3, right? In this case I play. That's precisely what I checked already. To this move I always have f5. Strangely, it looks like it will be Kostyniuk's game, which will be finished last. So far we've reached this position, bishop to b3, knight to f5 check. Don't know if she had to do this. Actually, after bishop b3, I'm thinking bishop e4 might have been not all that bad. How do you win this pawn? It's like black would take very important diagonal. Okay, what black did otherwise was knight f5 check, but now she seemed to lose the pawn. Knight e7 back, then white will need one more move, which is bishop a3. I think bishop a3, and then on this check it's king d6. No, king d6, knight e7 back. Can't make it work somehow. That's why you still need your bishop on f6. Sooner or later it will come to this. Dzagnidze, meanwhile, played move 60 f5. g5 was the move of Harika. Not letting the king join the pawn spot. Of course, it cannot save. Does rook g6 work? To make it even simpler, so that after few checks, wait. Well, it doesn't, because, or it does, but I have to be a bit careful. Yeah, king e3. It wins the third pawn. Dzagnidze played king e4, not letting black to cut the king. So after this check, king will go here. After the capture, she'll take. She can do whatever she likes. f6, king e6. It's just absolutely hopeless, and from the camera view we can see Nana Dzagnidze finally relaxed, so I think she perfectly understands this game is done and she has to prepare for the game tomorrow. King went to g7, which I failed to understand, because you can play rook g6, collect the third pawn. Maybe Harika is hoping for this pawn to run quickly, but I think you have to play king h7. White takes, and let's be serious, it's 3 pawns for white. For instance, this wins. Wait, I took on g5, right? a5, no, this doesn't win. Or it does. No, it does, of course, e6. What? Rook comes back to a5. Feels somewhat strange to analyze this one seriously. Rook g6, king went to f8. Should take, I guess. Well, there is other thing to do. You can play f6, a5, king f5, a4, rook to h6, threatening couple of checks. Everything is winning. Nana played f6. So, still 2 games here. Very tough. Every single round is very, very tough for the players. Still 2 games in progress after 5 hours of play, almost. To remind you, the other 2 finished this way. Ju Wenjun lost with white, and she's out. Tan Zhongyi is in the semi-final. And Anna Muzichuk held herself for a draw against Antoaneta Stefanova. So, winning the match 1.5-1/2. Right, f6, a5, rook went to h6. And, well, sooner or later it has to happen. Black will lose this one. King f7, check, king e6, and there is no stalemate because of this pawn. All right, king g8 played. White, I mean, anything wins. King f5 wins, e6 wins. Can't think of, I mean, probably you have to do something really silly not to win. e6, okay. Right, and I think Alexandra Kostyniuk also found the way to break through eventually. Took her really long, not quite, knight f8. Still not there. Still not there. She thought probably that bishop e6 would finish the game. But black is still fighting, knight f8. Already for 10 moves, white can't make progress. Does black have a move now? That will be my question. Probably he does. Maybe if I just pass somehow. There is knight g6, bishop e6, wait. Must be a bishop move then. If you move the king, I'll probably get somewhere. Either to e6 or no, something. It's bishop h5. Thought it was there. Knight g6 again. Really puzzling. Looked like she should have won this one long time ago. Right, now once again you have a chance to bring the bishop over to f6, which you probably should do. After this you have a check still. If king f7, then the knight is pinned. Knight f8, and somewhere here, yeah, you play bishop e7, knight goes to g6, you give a check, and somehow, hopefully, white is winning. Not all that easy, has to be said. Meanwhile, Dzagnidze and Harika, still they did not finish the game, but now they will. Right, rook h6 to h7, and the queen will appear in a couple of moves. So it's one each in the match between Nana Dzagnidze and Harika Dronavali. So for Nana, it's not the first time she had to level the score. For Harika, now all three results in classical time control has happened. So she was making draws in first 3 rounds, then she won yesterday her first game in classical time control, and today she lost. So 1-1, which means it's no free day for us tomorrow, and no for those two players. They will have to play a tiebreak. And as there will be no free day, I'm starting to think maybe it's better to have 2 tiebreaks instead of 1. No, I'm just kidding, because I'm sure Kostyniuk is completely winning. By the way, she's bringing the bishop to where it perhaps belongs. Bishop to d4, king f7. Now you know. By the way, it's 15 moves already with the same position of pawns. So, but finally, this has to be winning. Bishop went to f6. Wait, we go here, right? Knight wait, white's to move bishop here, and then knight f4. And then bishop e5 attacking the knight, and finally, that's what will happen, by the way. Bishop g2 played. Bishop g4, right? Heading here. Now, yeah, knight f4, bishop e5 loses immediately, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, there is fancy knight h3 defense. Oh no, then it's a check. Then it's a check and the pawn moves forward. No, there is no defense after bishop g4, but Kostyniuk still has to play it, because strangely enough, she's not making this move for already very long time. That I find sort of funny. You can play king c5, bishop e4, king d4. You want to play c4, but black has two squares, bishop g2 and bishop h1, so it's never a zugzwang. Okay. Come on. Bishop g4, this, bishop e5, and then bishop e6 and takes. Wait. Again, bishop to g2, bishop g4, knight. Oh, well, and if this move, I said bishop e7, where you return back, and then it's a check. And at least in this case, white does win the second pawn. Maybe king e8 is what disturbs Alexander Kostyniuk, but I cannot believe then with bishop f6 must be completely winning. Bishop g4 played. So it gets closer and closer to what I thought to be completely winning position. Black doesn't have time at all. Not only that, black is running out of resources. You can't do anything. Well, Chinese player had a very good tournament here, winning against two representatives of national team of Russia. So she knocked out Valentina Gunina, then she won against Natalia Pogonina, but third Russian Olympic player in a row perhaps will be too much. Come on. Now, black has strictly only moved knight f4, because anything else you do, you just lose a second pawn, and that's it. Knight f4 or knight f8, but it's more or less the same thing. Not so many moves to choose from. Again, this one, after that bishop e5. Oh, well, I can mention one more line. So after knight h3, as I said, bishop h5 probably wins, but again, you can go to opposite colors with pawns being that far from each other. So this is also winning. This is also winning, of course. Now I don't really know how much time black has, because our broadcast board says it's 0, which is, of course, not possible. Come on, time to move. It's not all that interesting about the position anymore. It's more of emotions of the players. Anyway, we have to give credit to Nishi Tsung, because she won. Not sure about the first round, but second and third, she won convincingly, being an underdog. She had lower rating than her opponents. And in the first one, she has beaten Lilith Mikrochan, so probably she was an underdog in all 3 matches. It's a really good performance. But of course, the longer you play, the more you want. So, of course, she doesn't want to resign this one. But she must be left with the seconds now. So knight. She played king f8. What's king f8? Huh. You know what? She found a way to fight still. This was the move I missed completely. So now on bishop e6, she will play knight f4, of course, attacking the bishop. No, I'm afraid Alexandra Kosnik will have to work more in order to win this one. What a great defense. Well, it's fantastic that white cannot break through. Wait, I can do this, knight f4, and then do what I can give. It doesn't really help me much to give this check. Can give this check, king goes here, I can go here. What do I want next? If you ask me, I will have to confess I don't know. No, well, I really missed this king f8, which is really nice move. So what do you do with white now? Probably you can play king e6, getting your king even closer. But does it really help you after bishop e4? I'm not sure. That's one funny line. I can play bishop f5. Well, assuming that this one is winning for white. Then after bishop f5, it's probably a draw. Knight f4 check, king e5, because I have to protect the bishop all the time. And then black goes knight d3. So it's still a way to blunder for white. It's a bit artificial. Normally you don't play moves like that with white. You don't go king e6 and bishop f5. Wait, by the way, if white plays bishop f5 here, allowing black to go bishop e4. Well, but this is the same thing I was looking at. So that white is winning by force then. Again, wait. King f8, I go bishop f5. There is no king f7 because I have a check. Alexandra did not play it. That's interesting. Bishop f5. Look, I'm sure it was winning. Because if knight f4, it allows g6. Which is game over, perhaps. I mean, should be game over. All right, I should better stop giving lines because I'm making mistakes every now and again. I just should concentrate on the moves they are making. Bishop e5 prevents, indeed, knight f4, but, well, it doesn't make white's goal of winning d5 pawn any more realistic. Well, black just has to keep the position somehow. Knight e7 was played, which is probably right thing to do. No, it's not, because then king comes. Now it's king e6 and king f6 on knight g7, on knight g6. This is completely winning. King e6 played. King e6 played. Well, black was fighting really well, but I think everything comes, well, this I don't think, I know, everything comes to an end, and to an end comes Women's World Championship for Ni C2. Bishop d6 is the major threat in this position, so you have to move either knight or a king. And to move a king doesn't really help you because of a check. And then bishop comes to one of the squares. Knight g6 was played, after which white can play this move. And we already know that bishop sanding is hopeless. King f6 played as well, right? Our camera view, well, comes with a tiny bit of a delay, so we already have King f6 on the black board, on the digital board, and only then we can see Alexandra Kostyniuk making it. So, bishop d6 is a threat. Bishop e4 played. All right, now a check, perhaps. Well, basically, you can do anything you want in a position like that. Again, like playing bishop e6, playing bishop, no, but you can't really, no, I mean, you do give a check, right, of course, because king e8, bishop h5 loses, no. Well, she didn't. I didn't know what's going on. Thought check, followed by check, you know. Honestly, I've forgotten about this. Where you will have, well, you will have to suffer, I mean, to move black again from this setup. So Alexandra is absolutely right to play bishop e6 first. So there will be, so there won't be this idea for white. Then knight h4 was played. And now bishop g3 wins, right? Or check and bishop g3. But it's another pose all of a sudden. So does it mean that Kostyniuk is still not... Ah, wait a second. There is bishop f7. Maybe that's what she wants. Because this gives her a chance... Yeah, precisely. Alexandra played bishop f7. This gives her a chance to mate her opponent. All of a sudden, bishop d6 is coming. After knight f5, white can play g6. And after any black's move, not that black has too many, basically it has to be a move with the bishop, then you go bishop d6 and g7 mate. Knight f5 is on the board. White played g6, and black basically has a choice of two ways how she prefers to get mated. It's either with the pawn after knight e7 or with the bishop after knight g7. That was it. Ni Shitsung resigned. Well, very tough game for both opponents. I'm not sure if Kostyniuk is satisfied with her plate, but she is definitely satisfied with the result. She's through to the semi-final. So 3 semi-finalists we have, and we have 1 pair in the semi-final. It will be Russia versus Ukraine, Anna Muzychuk against Alexandra Kostyniuk, while Tan Zhongyi will wait for tomorrow's tiebreak to figure out if it will be Harika Dronovali or Nana Zagnidze. Thanks for watching. Was, for some reason, very tough day. Hopefully it's gonna get better tomorrow and even better towards the final. So, thanks for watching once again, and come back tomorrow. We have only 1 match, but I hope it will be interesting.
knockout event, you don't know. So I'm just enjoying the tournament for the moment right now, because I already fulfilled what I wanted to do, and I can say that I was totally relaxed.
Yes, so what about the games, the previous one and today's game?
Well, I'm very happy to go on without tiebreak, because tiebreak is a little bit nerve-wracking, even if you're totally relaxed. So I'm very happy to win in the classical part. And, well, today's game, you know, I was trying to be as solid as possible, playing with a small advantage, and somehow my opponent, I think, misplayed in the end game. The plan was g5, I think, was a mistake. And although it did take some time to convert it into a full point, but it was worth it.
Yeah, okay, congratulations. So tomorrow you are playing against Anna Muzachuk. It's known
Tomorrow
already.
resting.
Oh, yes, sorry. One day after. That's important information.
Yes.
So how do you plan to spend this day actually before the next match? And what are your expectations, even though you are relaxed and happy about to be in the 5th round already?
Well, I mean, I will rest. That's for sure, and then I will try to prepare, because Anna is a very serious opponent, but you cannot expect something else in the 5th round of the World Championship. So we'll rest and we'll try to prepare, and then we'll try to show my best.
Actually, you said that you were happy to be in the 4th round. It's always complicated how the players book their tickets on the way back. So actually, what is happening with your tickets? Did you lose the ones you booked, or you haven't bought them yet, or what's going on?
We didn't buy our tickets, because here it's possible to buy one-way ticket. The price is not, that great, because if I have a ticket bought, I always worry about it. So no tickets bought.
Okay, thank you so much for information. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.